Hello. Hello, everyone. I was trying to get a little something together. Name picker, because, um, like, I was given the idea last night to make another VTuber, avatar possibly on stream. And I've had a few characters in mind, but I don't know which one I want to do, so if I can't, if I can't pick and everybody else can't, then we'll just spin the wheel. So how y'all doing? Cause I'm doing alright. I actually had to take a nap like a bit before stream. I was like, I got a proper night's sleep. Why am I so tired? So, uh, doing good. That's good. Let's go to. There we go. And yeah, I did this. I got to finish Telos a bit after stream because I was just that determined before I went to bed, like, you know what? I'm gonna finish him if it's the last thing I do tonight, and it kind of was. But I want to point it out because I don't have a proper GIF maker on my computer because my art program's already a little funny about it. So when it comes to a certain, like, his idleness, I had to make the GIF on my phone. That's actually how I've been making a lot of GIFs for my stuff lately, is on my phone. And, and so his lines will actually thicken and then become thinner as he talks, and it's like, oh, this is irritating to me. It's because I'm looking at him, and it's just irritating. but it works. It works just fine. Do you like his little moth babies? They're so cute. I love his moth children. These little babies. But for now, as I said, I do want to get some birds of plague ideas jotted down at least, because I do have a stream that will be completely dedicated to that. You know I love the little guys. I know because you love the cutesy and adorable. Just the babies, the little mothy baby. We mentioned having a maple tree, and I was like, if I had a maple tree, I would have so many rosy maple children. You have no idea. I'd have a legion of moth babies that I was like, behold. This is my armada of little moths. I wouldn't regret nothing about that too. Just little moths. But anyways, so because I wanted to, with Birds of Plague, save the proper going into the different classes in detail for the dedicated stream to it. I wanted to at least just get a better redrawing of maybe some of the characters, if not a basic idea on, like, the mask. I wanted to change around the mask. I used to draw, like, a full Plague Doctor's mask, but I was like, you know what? No. I want to do it a little differently this time. If I'm cleaning off the dust, I'm doing it in a way that feels a lot nicer. So... Because, like, to me, it's like, also, I definitely fiddled with the sensitivity and stuff in my art program, and now I feel like it draws a lot like, my Chromebook. like it would in my Chromebook. And just get a basic human face. Because as I kept, reimagining things with it, I kept also picturing, you know, dusting it off. How could this change? How could this be different than what it used to be? And I figured it out. I was like, because at first it was like pure high fantasy, and like technology was seen as like magic in a sense. But I realized that, you know, it would actually probably be nice to add a more of a modern touch to things than anything else. Like, to me, it would feel like it would be better. Okay, yeah, maybe not that. Because what I thought of doing is that essentially, when the person is wearing the mask, they actually have like a mask that covers their mouth, but the beak covers their face. And to me, that just seemed like a lot nicer to draw because because I had it to where like the character designs at one point would change to that because the idea was that they would gain like certain powers and everything from, you could say like because the deities and entities in the world were kind of like how you would the ones you'd encounter in Skyrim. So yeah, it's like that was basically my thought process, and I was like, no, just it would make a lot more sense since I'm definitely looking at it now from more of an RPG like perspective. If that was just the armor, it looks nice. It looks nice and clean, and in modern science, face masks protect against disease just fine. And now the mask, the bird mask, is a bit more to that of the aesthetic, but the idea was that it would still protect your eyes. Yes, so that was your original idea. Man, it really has been a while. Yeah, it has definitely been quite a while. It has. So yeah, it's been quite a while. But again, that's essentially how I've thought of it. Like, I would be thinking about this all through work and everything. And that's essentially, yeah, high school, yeah. This is an idea from high school I've dug up and yeeted into my modern way of thinking, because I like to think, despite still thinking a lot like heavy fantasy and everything, I still think, you know, a lot more like refined about it, or about some things, like, and it's especially if I make the idea, leave for a while and come back, because everybody knows work makes me always have to leave, come back, leave, come back. But it helps. It helps actually get an idea down. Also, another thing I want to say, I've definitely matured over in terms of art stuff. Bright colors are not always good. Not all you gotta do is dig your Undertow comic out of the bin. That shit's never coming out of the bin. I look back at that now and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? I hadn't even put down a proper story. I was like, okay, big bad, whatever, do that. Like, Birds of Plague, I had an actual story in mind. I did. Like, I had an actual story and everything, and then I was like, what the fuck was I doing with that? So yeah. But I was gonna say, like, bright colors, bright and bold is not always best, especially depending on your outfit for your character. Like, especially as, like, depending on the, I guess you could say, the atmosphere of what you're drawing, or the world you're in. Like, some games definitely have place for it. Definitely. Will never deny that. But in Birds of Plague, I look back and I was like, holy shit, what was I thinking? Because it's like some of the most bright and absurd colors for some of the different doctor outfits. I was like, what was I thinking? Oh my god. And it's not like it was a bad thing, like, in terms of it was atrocious. Well, okay, to me it was a little atrocious, but I was thinking, okay, different kinds of doctors, they need to stand out. They need to be recognizable somehow. How do? And I gave them all different colors, and then for some reason, my mind at the time thought, oh, let's just make them as absurdly noticeable as from a distance as possible, which I know in some cases is good. Then you can identify what you're dealing with at the time. And then I was like, okay, this is not good. No. If I'm gonna dig this back up, I need to fix that. Like, badly. So... let me... put that mask concept, or Dr. Mask concept. Let me write that nicer. I don't like how I'm writing that. There we go. I like that more. Let me shade in the eyes. Cause one thing I will say I definitely had in mind was, cause I also wanted to think, I'm like, cause I'm stuck. Do I want to ever have the audacity to try to make this an actual game? Which would, I know, take forever. And I know there's RPG Maker and stuff that does all the hard work for you. But, it's just, I know, like, I don't know which one would be best in terms of what all I'm wanting to do. Which isn't a whole lot. It's just, like, game mechanics-wise. Because one of the things I wanted to have as an idea was equipment. What equipment do you have on? And what enemies are you facing? Because different enemies could actually cause different afflictions. Like, if you're not wearing a mask, you are at risk of being blinded, but at the same time, you're also at risk of, basically, being inflicted with miasma, which is airborne disease. And that can cause a whole level of issues. Because that's what I thought of. It's like, you're at risk for different modes of transportation of illness or injury. And from there, depending on what different creatures carrying illness could give, or even if it was just poisons, because protective equipment also does, because I work in a hospital, so we have to do with PPE all the time. And you'd be surprised what all you might need it for. But it's just that case in point fact of, if you don't have it, you're now at risk for something. And nobody I know would really think about everything, but I wanted to make it a mechanic, and it sounds very how to D&D or AD&D, because I've seen the sheets for AD&D, and you had to have armor just for your back end. And I don't mean for your back, I mean your ass. You had to have it, or else, well, looks like you're gonna be taking extra damage if someone happens to hit you there. I looked at our friend who played with AD&D a lot, and I was like, I don't know if I could do that. And he's like, oh no, it's a thing. It's a whole thing, but he said, it's rare, I promise. I looked at him like, I don't believe you. This is you we're talking about. I don't believe you. Let's make this a little smaller. Yeah, but that's what I had in mind. It was like something that does play on realism, but at the same time, it leaves it more open to fantastic interpretation. I do want to go ahead and do, outfit colors. Like, cause, let me make it Arial text. Yeah, I really like that idea. Thank you. Yeah, I'm starting to really think my gallbladder might be having a fit because my indigestion's just been everywhere. Is because I'm just talking and it's trying to come up. Like, what's going on here? Let me write out. Okay, there's Crow, there's Dove, Raven, Vulture. Because Raven and Vulture are the upgraded forms of Crow and Dove. Because that's especially something I've thought of, was like, because at first it was like, oh, every doctor's their own thing. You know, you pick a profession, you stick to it, so on and so forth. And then I realized from an RPG perspective, what makes more sense is that, because the main character, Gray, oh, by the way, I found out what his boyfriend's name was. It was Alan Rail, and I was like, So, last name sounds awfully close to another OC of mine, Rillis. Pattern much? I don't think so. I hope not. But, yeah, Alan and Gray were both crows. Crow is your basic how-to everything. Well, not everything, but it's your how-to doctor. It's your general practitioner, you could say. They can treat the common cold, they can conduct surgery, so on and so forth. And you're a doctor. Congrats. Doves are essentially nurses. A basic nurse, they're the assistant to everything in terms of a crow. And Alan had a apprentice, which was Eli. So he was a little crowling in training. But Gray got a Dove, who literally just went by Dove, per the old lore. I want to give her a better name, unless Dove just fits nicer. I don't know yet exactly. But, yeah, Gray had a nurse, and Alan just had an apprentice. A little fledgling. And, like, from there, originally, it was that Gray stayed a crow and just became grander and more powerful. Whereas, Alan, something happened with him and he became what's known as a phoenix. And phoenixes, looking back, what I had in mind made 0 sense. Okay, they maybe made an ounce of sense, but even my 1.5 brain cells go, yeah, that makes none. That makes no sense. But yeah, I decided to change it to where ravens, who are more high-end, if anything, learning how to do surgery, that is a raven's job. Meanwhile, crows they're just, again, a general practitioner. They'll diagnose you and everything, but they're not anything grand. Didn't Alan die originally? That's something funny, because, like, I remember it was like, oh, everyone definitely thought he was dead. Everyone thought, but I never made up my mind, because I knew I had quite a ways to go till I got to that reveal of, was he dead, or was he for fact alive, and just people thought he was dead? I had not made up my mind on that yet. Nowadays, I have made an official decision as of bringing this out and dusting it off. Alan, he did get in a life-threatening situation by means of a monster attack. But he did not die. He didn't. He just got in big danger and he's actually supposed to be rescued away from said situation. And that's why you find out, oh, that's where he's been. That's why Eli's been without his teacher for so long. And because you take in Eli as Gray, you're supposed to take him in. And then you meet back up with Alan, and he's like, oh yeah, funny story. Okay, well, not really a funny story, but here's what happened to me. So you reunite with your boyfriend and everything, and adventure continues, but now with more help, because Alan would join your party. He would start off as a crow, and you can from there change his class as you will, because for years I had not made that decision, but now I have, and it feels so nice to actually have a decision made for him. I remember it was a brain hemorrhage because of the car crashing. Yeah, but I changed it from what happened in terms of a car crash. There was still a crash, but nothing that serious. No, it came worse. It was at the monster's hand that, he vanished. I can't say the same for everyone traveling for him. I know fodder much. But either way, it's still that fact of, it feels nice to actually dust off and say, oh, well, what the hell did happen to him? Oh, here's what the hell happened to him. I don't want to say what was involved, because I'm definitely taking inspiration from my Dungeons & Dragons Monster Manual. I definitely am. So, you could say this is a definite D&D inspired book. The book. Game. If I do make it a game. If I make it a comic, I'll be happy to. But I don't know how exactly I'm going to pull that off because of work and everything. Unless I really do work one page at a time. But regardless, it would still be that definite case in point of just working. Then there was the bluebird. Cause I don't know. Do bluebirds, like the ones where I live, do they have other names? Bluebirds. Pardon me. It's just giving me actual nicknames. The one that I'm basing the bluebirds off of, Blue Jay. No, the ones I'm basing them off of is the Eastern bluebird. They are a very beautiful, dusty, dark blue, but their tummy, like, boys have this rusty orange of the first part of their stomach, and from there it goes to white. The girls are just a more gray and rustic color, but it's still just that fact. The Eastern bluebirds, what I was thinking of. Just, they are so cute, they're so pretty, so beautiful, and I love them so much. My parents adore them. They try to make nests every season they're supposed to come here. Just because they're songbirds. And just, they're so cute and so precious. But that's what I named, or based the bluebird after. But no, they're really just called bluebirds. Huh, well, it's sad. Okay. I was hoping to have a different thing to name them by. Oh well. If that ends up being the case, then that's the case. And I had to retype what I had because I got that curious. I'm not used to using my phone to just rewrite everything. Vulture. Then there was the pigeon, the cardinal, bluebird. Yeah, the yellow ones weren't sparrows, they were finches. I remembered that. Yeah, so the finch. Let's see. And then there was the hawk. Yeah, the heron. The hawk, the heron. Yeah, the penguin. Okay, so crow, dove, raven, vulture, pigeon, cardinal, bluebird, finch, hawk, heron, penguin. Yeah, phoenix and owl. I know, very out of proportion, if anything. Yeah, let me change that. Owl, and then phoenix. I always feel like I'm spelling phoenix wrong. Am I spelling it wrong? Yeah, I had the two letters mixed up. Okay. I tend to write stuff sometimes how it's spelled. Phoenix. Thank you. I grabbed my phone, but thank you, Riven. Thank you. Should I put Grackle and Swan down as well? Because I did have a color scheme for them, but I feel like it needs to be altered. If anything, should I save that for the main video? Don't see why not. Okay. So, Grackle and Swan. You know what? I'll even put down a variant I didn't mention when I was first digging this idea back up till I showed Riven. Hey, remember this? And that was the buzzard. The buzzard. And I drew them. I know I've kind of gotten better in how I draw things, but oh man, I'll just tell you now, even as an artist, I drew them so gross. But that was the point. That was the point. They were infected, like, with essentially this main... Think The Last of Us, but mixed with, 28 Days Later. You see what I mean probably now by gross, but that's what I based them off of. They were dangerous, they were scary, they were supposed to be at least, and this is a long list. Behold! Yeah, let's alter how this sizes. Or can I fit it down here? Yes, I can. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Also, because of this, I made Hyde to what he is now. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. And that was something that made me happy. It was like proper character development with one of your own OCs on your end. And that made me very happy. Plus Shovel Knight 2. Yeah, Plague Knight. Little Bean. And I have Mountain Dew. I talk about my indigestion. Here I am with Vim, with a soda. Fuck it. I'll regret it later. Yeah, but I am gonna regret it later. I know I am. Yeah, I'm gonna want to turn the actually, just, yeah, to make it more readable. I realize now also, yeah, I'm going to want to, let me pull a little trick. There we go. Merge visible. There we go. Because now I can actually take the actual layer. At least tried to. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna just have to just make them more notable on my own. There we go. So, either way. Now, let me go ahead and do some of the basic color combos. Cause, yeah. Crow, I definitely wanted to be, let me get a different brush for this, actually. Not that one. Well, actually, if anything, I could just change the size again. Cause why not? So crows definitely had a primary color. Which is just gray. But they were your typical gray and almost black kind of outfit. Currently drawing a stupid thing based on a Chowder quote. Oh, goodness gracious. Also, hi Z, how you doing? Doves were stark white. Legit stark white. But also had different kinds of gray. Keep in mind, these are just going to be my primary two colors that make up the base of their outfit. They can have... Because from what I've drawn when I tried drawing NPC doctors, they had alterations to their outfit here and there. And they had some alternative tints and shades and hues, which definitely set them apart. So some of them can still have parts that are those original toxically bright colors I gave them. And that would apply to their character a lot more, which in my opinion is even better. Because at first they all were, when I did NPCs otherwise, they were pretty cookie cutter. They looked pretty similar, and so on and so forth. The only thing that changed really much was their uniform, and that was that. That was that. You know what I think actually would be nice to do? Is maybe give them a third base color. And it's like, those are the three main colors you would incorporate into their uniforms. Wow, haven't heard of that in years. Wait, hang on. Let me get to chat. Let's see. What's taking so long? You've been working on a pie. I'm going as fast as I can, man. These things take time. We only got 11 minutes. It's based on my current Papa's Bakeria save file. I haven't heard of Bakeria and whatnot in forever. like, sheesh. I will say with Ravens, it's where I really tried tossing things up, but I guess you could say that's where it goes to show the shift between the different classes. Because yeah, getting Crow and Dove are their own separate starting points. But from there you branch off into something else. Because Raven is just a souped up version of a crow. They could actually, they would actually be able to do surgery, transplants, and so on and so forth. But it's not their absolute speciality. So, like, because from there, they're just a more souped up hospital doctor and not a general practitioner like a crow would. Because a crow is where you would go to when you have a cold, when your kid's not feeling well, or they sniff out, hey, there might be a bigger problem, and they send you to a Raven to get that problem seen about. Like, my general practitioner, they said, hey, I think you have a gallbladder issue right now, so let's get some scans, which I still haven't gotten a call for, by the way. I'm a little bitter about it. And, we'll see from there what to do. That's essentially what a crow does. They send you to a Raven. And doves are just the assistant of a crow. Because a vulture is a souped up version of a dove. But I definitely thought of them having not only a darker, you could say moodier color scheme, but I could definitely see them still having that base callback gray back to the original crow. But otherwise, you can see where it kind of changes. It's a lot more moodier, gloomier, less potential edge coloration. Egg. Vultures are... No, it wasn't... I think I made them just pure dark gray. But I think, if anything, they would suit better from being essentially that same gray as a dove primarily, but then they have that secondary color. And where they have that shade of blue, they have that shade of purple. Again, these are just going to be the three main colors. So you can see where it's like, it's a bit of a step up evolution, per se. But there's going to be more when I actually design their outfits. I actually have thought of trying to learn Blender to make proper models, but I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I know if anything, being able to draw, I could start trying to use Unity maybe, but I'm not quite sure. If anything, RPG Maker might just be better, because otherwise I don't know what exactly I'd be doing. Pigeons are where coloration got fun, because I kid you not, this was the color I used to give them. That green, and I don't like it anymore. So what I thought of doing was like definitely richer but darker greens. But they do have the occasional lighten up kind of deal. Make it more of a midway tone. That looks nicer. Because, yeah, it's all one color, but again, there can be breaches. Cardinals were really fun, but they were like a bright red. I definitely want them to be a more dulled red. Because they were red and, like, black. If anything, they'd have that same, black as the ravens and the crows do. I can see they have, yeah, that would actually be pretty neat. With the gray, the pale gray from both the doves and the vultures, I think I can make that pop, like, big time. Especially because it's not so bright, and it's a major breakup between them. Bluebirds, again, were interesting, because I think with cardinals, bluebirds were the only ones that were technically two-tone, in terms of two different colors. And I didn't make them that typical dusty blue that bluebirds normally are, which is a crime. Like, I should be ashamed. And I am. And yeah, I can see bluebirds having that same gray as the cardinal, which kind of shows where they are kind of related to a degree. And that now as birds, they aren't really. I don't think they are. Like, I know more about moths than I do birds. But I mean, for example, did y'all know? Like, I do know the funny fact that if you knew, I know Riven does, but blue jays are actually corvids, but despite being a perfect parallel to a cardinal, the cardinals aren't corvids, but blue jays are. I think cardinals and bluebirds actually might be a little related. I'm not sure, because I think they're both songbirds. They're both songbirds. The finch, I want to say, though, now was the most toxically colored. It really was. But I based it off of a yellow finch. So, but like, instead of a toxic yellow, I definitely would rather go for like more of a tan, like darker tannish or sandy colors. Because it would definitely play a bit more on the fact of what they're based on, which is a yellow finch. Speaking of, I do want to get the finch. Yeah. This little cuties. And what would really suit them, actually? Because then they would really take after a yellow finch. Because again, you never know. I didn't give them such good variance in color. They were so toxically bright. If I can find that original page, I could show y'all. Cause like I made like the banners per se for the comic with the different doctors, and I used their main base color. And it's just that was a nightmare. For those wondering, it would need the eye strain tag, in my opinion. It was just the colors are so bright. It wasn't bright pastels, but it was just the absolute red, blue, the purest it got. And looking back, I was like, what was I thinking? Hawks and phoenixes. Though here's the deal. Because hawks, I definitely based off the red hawks in where the region where I live. Because they live all over my part of the States. I definitely based it off of those. But it's just that case in point fact of just it would definitely clash with the Phoenix because color. I want them to be pretty identifiable, like on the spot. Like, oh yeah, that's this, that's that. Like Google's giving me other suggestions for finches. The purple finch, that is so cute. Oh my goodness, I love the colors. It's so beautiful. As our birds are just cute. Birds are cute. Yeah, the red-tailed hawk. Yeah, because at a distance it looks red. It looks like a red-orange. But like looking around at them, just like because I looked and I was like, I need to change it up a little because it's just otherwise. Not only did it clash with phoenixes, like design-wise they were going to be different, but it's just still that case in point fact of just yikes, just the biggest yikes you could imagine. And again, I didn't like it. I don't like it. Because yeah, because they're mostly brown. I can still work orange in. Don't get me wrong, I can still do it, but it's definitely gonna be a deeper orange. Sneezy. I haven't taken my allergy medicine yet today, damn it. I forgot. That would explain why, though. Because, yeah, I could do the orange. Like, I'd say a pale orange, for fact. I'll put it to the side here. Otherwise, I'd say, yeah, make it more of a stark brown. Owls were originally brown, but in terms of changing things, this would be a very worthwhile alternation. Especially because of how well they would do, or how well they'd be able to be more identifiable. Cause then let's give them the white from the doves. Cause yeah, I like that a lot more. It looks nicer, so much nicer. Herons were struck purple, but that was because I tried to base them off the blue herons around where I live. And that doesn't fly with me anymore. Not the basing them off the herons where I live. The color, clearly. So, heron, let's make them, again, another mostly pastel. I'll still have that resonance of purple, but, like, maybe really dark. As, like, a darker contrast, maybe. Maybe not that shade. This. Maybe no. That one. There we go. I like that. I like that so much more. And I guess... I guess we could use that one. Because then it gives it its own specialized set. Do y'all actually think maybe the finches, hawks, and herons could be their own specialization? Because I remember they had different things, but technically speaking, what the herons did, that wasn't really a doctor thing. I mean, it kind of was, but it wasn't really. Yeah. Okay. Because, yeah, like, from there, I can brainstorm some stuff, write it down. And then from there, I can put down what I come up with. Because grackles, swans, and buzzards are, I'll say it right now, they're straight up enemy types. I can see maybe with the grackle and the swan, it's maybe a potential corruption effect. Think like the glom in, Brotherhood. That's essentially what, like, I'm able to associate it as. The glom. You can become one through being afflicted with a certain status condition. And you can be cured back. But, otherwise, they're completely an enemy type. So, like, otherwise, there's that. But penguins, I guess, could also be part of the, branch between the finch, hawk, and heron. Maybe owl as well. But I'm not too sure, because phoenix is definitely what some would say, in terms of what I've already rethought about and redone in my head. Phoenixes are definitely a more mythical class. Definitely more mythical. And you would only be able to learn how to do it until you got to a certain point in the world. I thought about it being something taught to the player by elves, maybe? Because there were elves in the world. Penguins... Yeah, like, getting back on track. Penguins were... I definitely had as a toxic, like, teal. Like, this color. But looking back, what I would really like to do is based on, yeah, after, color-wise, not only after real penguins, but proper, like, coloration-wise. Because you can't tell me if I did this, their apprentices would have little gray outfits, and it would be so cute. Just so, so cute. Yeah, because from there... Yeah, the card readers at work are driving me doodly. I relate, Miss D. How you doing? Aside from the card readers, how are you doing? If it helps you feel any better, the card reader yesterday morning at work, it didn't want to work either. Nurse, we couldn't check out anybody from the public, and the nurses and doctors had to write their name on a piece of paper so then we knew who to charge through the system. Because, yeah, that's how the system at work works, but... Pretty good. Baked cookies last night. I saw those! They were so cute! They looked so adorable! But otherwise, we're like, going through a little bit of an old concept from high school, because I will dedicate a proper stream to them later in the week. But it's the old Birds of Plague idea I had in high school, and I'm going through the different doctor uniform colors because they were atrocious, except for Dove and Crow, which were just the basic two colors. And I was like, no, let's give it more of a three-tone, because it helps break it up more. Plus, the colors with the others were so toxically bright, it needed the eye strain tag on Art Fight, at least in my opinion it did. But not only that, I'm trying to branch them off into types, because from Grackle down to Buzzard, they're going to be enemies. And I don't know if I would make this a game or just a comic series or not, but I want to figure it out, and I want to go for it. Neat. Thank you. Penguins, I do kind of want to keep the teal, but not in a way like I originally had. Like, not just by dulling it down. Because what I've definitely thought of is basing them, because looking at Emperor Penguins definitely have a very striking, penguin kind of design or coloration. So my guess could best be is that they do have the gray for the crows to an extent, maybe, but not as the base color. Or at least maybe if I made it really dark. Maybe darker. Oh no, wait. The ravens? They have something similar. If anything... Yeah, I could make it a teal so dark it looks like it's black. Yeah, something like that. Because from there... I could give them, like, orangish yellow. Orange yellow. And then the white some of them have. And that would be their three tones. I like that so much more. And I think it's the most out there as of the colors towards, like, they really stand out. Yeah, maybe, like, black, red, and yellow. Like, none of the penguins really... Because I wanted to base the colors for the most part off of the real birds. Kinda. I know it's not the absolute best. But, like... Plus, red I kind of wanted to use a little sparingly, since... Because otherwise it conflicts with the cardinal. Who... Like, they had the job of literally get rid of... I like the sepia potential. Yeah! Cardinals, I kid you not, though, their job... Because some of the jobs I had them do weren't even proper doctor jobs. But given it used to be very high fantasy, and now I'm changing it to where it's a mix of high fantasy and some modern touches. Originally they were just get rid of the dead, so then no one else can get sick from what is left behind. They might still do that, but I'm not sure. Part of me wants to at least change it a bit from that, but it would be fun to have at least one class that could build fire. Not gonna lie. The owl is another fun one. Because owls come in all kinds of colors. Because at first I was thinking of basing them off of great horned owls. But there's just so many different owls. I just see a snowy owl just looks so unamused. It's so cute. I could do a barn owl. Because kind of like the finch, it would be more sepia potential. But at the same time, like, it does still play on the brown color scheme. Brown, tan, and yellow, orange. That would work very well. Because it's the matter of breaking up the monotony of the colors. Because, like, different individuals could, like, you could say an NPC, would have the base color scheme. But some of their outfits would be altered. Like, say one of them had gloves, but the fingers, instead of being the usual color scheme, like, if they were a heron, the fingers were white for some reason. Because I did, oh, the playlist ended. But with my idea, the playlist ended. Because I was having the idea earlier that, depending on the gear you wore at risk for different conditions. Let's do video music for a grand adventure. Because we're talking about a game where you'd go on a grand adventure. But yeah, like, the brown I had was, like, just a really strong one. But now, I kind of want to lighten it to where it was a bit darker. And more grayed out. As I've come to refine the idea, I've come to find that I like certain grayed out tones a lot more. It's just like, it breaks up a certain monotony with coloration. Let's actually use the orangish tan, or like the pale tan from the penguin. And then with the red orange, or yellow orange, my bad. owls I have considered being quite dangerous. If anything, they could be the only one with a rather bright color. Something like that. Maybe. Yeah, always good to add a pop of color. It is. And especially because, like, say you want an NPC to look special. Oh, but they're a doctor as well. Well, now you know how to find them. Because, with the characters, because I found out, finally, what I made, the main character Gray's boyfriend's name. It was Alan. Alan Rail. Sounds hilariously close to Rillis, but, they had to tell them apart when they were in full uniform. I gave them different colored bands around their hats. Because, like, they had the old-fashioned top hat kind of style, or like you would see with a plague doctor, the generic plague doctor emblems and whatnot. And the brim, yeah, that's what it is, the brim. The brim of their hat and everything would have different color ribbons. Gray's was, of course, gray. Rillis's, not Rillis, Alan. I need to get used to calling him Alan, because that's what I remember him as is Rill. Alan had a rainbow. Especially because I kind of wanted to have the jab that he was gay. And that I wanted him to wear the pride flag. So I gave him a rainbow. And he wasn't the only one I did this to. There was another doctor that they were actually friends with. I gave him the bi flag. So, like, I had fun designing characters a bit back then, and I'm not dropping that with the brim hat idea. That they can have different colors and different just patterns, possibly. I just would definitely recommend not, making it too detailed, because then it would be too hard to draw. But onwards to the Phoenix. Phoenix was just straight up, just orange. Just straight orange. And I've thought about, if anything, to take them and make them more definitely based after fire. Because rising from the ashes. Because that's the thing, they were, for some reason in my head, just like, oh, this very special class, because essentially, if I had to give them each a basic summary in RPG standards, well, what do they do? Phoenixes were like an instant revive. If you had one, in terms of having one as a party member. But yeah, overly detailed characters make sketching them multiple times a chore, at least for me. Yeah, I've grown to prefer simpler designs as well, which is a good thing given the doctors were actually very simple in terms of design. I need to dig them up somewhere. I need to dig up what I had, like what pages I might have had. I know they're on my Chromebook, and I know if I went and got them from my Chromebook, I could definitely share them. Because I wonder if I could do that, like a post for Blue Sky, just have a bunch of old stuff. I think I had some of it on my Tumblr, like, forever ago, and it just sits there. Because I used to post it on Webtoon. But, either way. For Phoenixes, they definitely would benefit from a bright color. But I can see it being more so maybe of a yellow. Maybe. Because, like, from there, it's like, they have that. Because that's like a muted red-orange. Because I like looking to see, do they conflict with anybody? Because they still have, like, the echoes of a hawk. But from there, it would definitely need to break up from color. Well, break's over. Gotta head out. Have fun with art. See you later, Miss D. The Phoenixes could definitely have a yellow. And maybe the brackish, like, brown, or the brackish brown, the gray. Yeah, what do y'all think? Should I make that color brighter? I feel like I should make it brighter. Let's see. So let's... a bit brighter, yeah. It's a bit more of a, I guess you could say a passionate shade. And then... Yeah! There we go! Heck yeah! Because, like, it's like more of a rustic orange, but it's not the same as the bluebirds. Because the bluebirds, I really wanted to be on point with burp. Like, the actual burp. But it also definitely stands out from it. It resonates with owl and hawk, but it's still clearly different, especially in terms of design. Because I could do different uniform designs in terms of basic and then how different they become. Because I know phoenixes a lot of the times were based after pheasants, weren't they? If I remember right, weren't they based after pheasants? Like, because of the long tails? Or were the... No, it wasn't always peacocks. They at least... I'm trying to remember. I don't remember them having the crests of peacocks, but they definitely, people often drew them with the tails of peacocks. Because peacocks are also revered birds. Oh, that reminds me. I did once consider a peacock for a doctor. And I was like, no, that would be awful. Oh, they were based on pheasants. Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, like, pheasants had a lot of meaning back in the day, didn't they? Then again, a lot of birds did. They still do. But it's still just that fact. I was like, wait a minute. Don't they? The grackle. Now, here's where it gets fun. Because I remember hearing with, Color Out of Space, magenta apparently is a color that actually shouldn't really exist. But because it's just this anomalous color, that's why it actually stands really good for madness. It's just this odd form of color. But they were like this dark, twisted, yeah, the Greckles were essentially dark and twisted individuals. Like, they were definitely twisted by an unknown force. But again, they were dangerous. A little too dark. I want to make it notable. And then, I guess maybe as an echo color. Because that way it's not pure coded as, like, magenta. But yeah, that works better than what I had before. Because it's like they have that dark, then that mid-tone, and then they have a lighter tone. That's like, wait a minute. Because then it's a twisted mockery. Because swans were straight up red. They were essentially, you could say, hemomancers, essentially. That actually makes me think. Would there be a corrupted version of, ravens and vultures as well? Do y'all think? Trying to adjust in my chair. Huh. Because, yeah, like... I know there could be alternate birds, but if that could work, yeah. These would be the base colors, essentially. Because one thing I definitely don't want to do is have too many varieties, unless y'all would think that that would be good as of enemy types. Or, again, depending on what path the player chose, they could become another type of bird, or enemy type doctor. Because... Wait, I had an idea. Okay, let's see. We'll get to Swan in just a second. Wait, no, let me go ahead and get Swan and Buzzard. I'll just go ahead and for Buzzard, write varies. Okay. Yeah, varies. we go. See, for Swan, they were bright red in order to be really scary looking. But I think now, not only would they benefit from having just a really dark red for their main color, but also just, like, a bit of a mid-tone. Like, that was definitely, it almost came off as pinkish, maybe. Or no. Yeah, there we go. Unless, no. There we go. Because now they're distinct. They're all pretty distinct. Because buzzards, it varies. It's going to vary. But now, my idea was to gather, or I might have to use the lasso instead. You give them an enemy parallel versus that, because I can see the Phoenix alone. It's the enemy type parallel of the Phoenix. Because from there, it just goes to show they have different ones. But from there, then what do I need as of other birds? Cause let's see. There we go. Should I add a peacock? Cause, oh, a real good idea. If I did add to other bird types, then they definitely could be of, yeah, do you want to? Well, I mean, I'm not saying I can't work with it, especially with the idea I just had. What if the different designs for the different enemy types would be based on different illnesses? Because where different doctors had different specialities, these enemy doctors were like heavy carriers of different ailments. And we're dedicated to spreading them instead of curing them, clearly. Because they're corrupted, or they're turned against you. So that's what I just had the idea of. Because from there, the colorations could not only be made to make sense, but they could be there to, do other things. Because, yeah, that's one of the biggest ideas I've had. Because, let me look up different types of birds. Make one the chicken. Oh, that would be so funny. I'm sorry. That would be so funny. That'd be funny. Goodness gracious. What's wrong with me? Oh wait, no, not. I already know. The cassowary would be a really great enemy type. Better thing though is best to think of what some of them are in terms of a combative perspective. Because again, if vultures and ravens are just upgraded versions of a crow and a dove, they learn grander skills, they get more powerful. Pigeons were messengers. They basically carried prescriptions, doctor's orders long distance. But combatively, I can see they were definitely just more of a scout. Like, I guess you could say they were the rogue. If not, no, pigeons? Yeah, pigeons, most NPCs for pigeons, I think you could say, like, they mostly had a bit of a chipper attitude. So if anything, they were more so the bard. Yeah, they were more bardy, from what I remember. Because finches gathered specimens, and my idea in D&D was that they could throw rats. Because oftentimes a specimen was a rat. That just makes me think. Huh. Because for Raven and Vulture, I don't know what could be the exact, parallel. Unless the peacock was the absolute parallel of the vulture, you think? Because again, the buzzard is dependent on what was somebody. Because they are absolutely horrible. Actually, no, I realized what actually would work. Is, for vulture. I did have an idea. For a proper color scheme, at least. Yeah, take that color. I think I have a better idea on how to do what I had in mind. And let's see. I am plotting something big. Oh, okay. Adjust. Can I change the hue? Yeah, like invert it. Because invert the colors. What about that? What do y'all think? Hey, because Buzzard, Phoenix. What do y'all think? You love it. Thank you. Because I figured out maybe they might be able to have a color scheme. It's just that it definitely especially added a starker parallel to what was going on. Cause yeah, let's see from here. Okay, so see what could be for ravens as of a bird. So let's think. Okay. Final Fantasy. I know that one. The Bird of Paris. Yeah, Pages. Columbidae. A parrot. Could. Well, again, cassowary. Well, yeah, cassowary and peacock definitely probably would help or be good but I don't think cassowaries would help with ravens because I definitely thought of hawks playing like brawling type. Like you want to go hand to hand, you chase down the ability to be a hawk. What do y'all think? Because there's that. Cranes. Cuckoo! You know, cuckoos. There could be a cuckoo. Cuckoo bird. Emu, ostrich. Yeah, sounds good to me. Cause yeah, cassowaries I just see being more for I see them being more for the hawks. Let's see, hang on. Raven, vulture, pigeon, cardinal, bluebird, finch. I'm making little dashes so then I can figure out what I want to do as I get to each position or each thing. So let's see. Raven, vulture, pigeon, cardinal, bluebird, finch, hawk, okay. And then there's the heron, the penguin, the owl. Yeah, y'all can't see the text box, but I can. So yeah, for vultures, it's the peacock. And then let's see. What could be a cuckoo? Which one makes sense as a cuckoo? Cuckoo bird. Oh wait, maybe pigeon could be a cuckoo? Because if pigeons are meant to help, cuckoos are definitely gonna be backstabbers. Definitely. Thinking. I think, yeah. Because I saw a kingfisher. That looks like it'd be really neat. Oh no, wait, I realized something. A plover. The plovers, the little birds that run around on shore, or like, in the water. That'd be really neat. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what blue jays did. No, blue jays, bluebirds did. Huh. Let's see. Toucan. As for the for the heron, what if it was a pelican? Kingfisher. I can see maybe that takes the place of an owl. I'm sorry, some of these birds, they're funny. Say Celestial, ship me a something or another. Yeah, pelicans are mean and horrible. Celestial. I realize how funny it would be if there was an ostrich. A swift. I don't know much about swifts. An emu. So yeah, maybe yeah, for a pelican. Because they're both water-bearing birds. But for penguin. A loon! Oh, that would actually be perfect, because a lunatic? Heck yeah! Oh, I love that. Oh, but where to go? Where should it go? No, it wouldn't go good as a Raven's counterpart. It wouldn't be the best. Maybe a finch? Yeah, maybe a finch, it would go good as a loon. Because if finches are, rogues, then I wouldn't be surprised if loons were, like, maybe the dangerous... Okay, I think I found a good way of explaining my basic idea of a loon. If finches are supposed to be rogues, then... And the, enemy-type doctors are supposed to be this twist, this evil twist on what it is... Then, where buzzards, yeah, are instant death compared to phoenixes, which is an instant revive, then essentially, it's that case in point factor of, maybe, just maybe it's because of, a loon? They're a one-hit kill. Kinda. Maybe. Not quite sure, but maybe. And their calls are terrifying. I need to close my curtains. It's getting dark. The sky is beautiful, but it's too dark. Too dark for my liking. No. How about no? But yeah, finches. Probably that. Oh no, wait. Water bear. Wait, penguin versus loon. I think actually, if anything, it might fit the finches better. Looney Tune. Let's see. Mallard. Mallard duck. A hornbill. That would be cool. Maybe that could be the, penguin's parallel. A hornbill. And then... Again, for Raven... What would work? If I had a turkey. I need a turkey. The bird. Toucan? Actually, I want to do toucan. Not for Raven, but because that would be an interesting art challenge. Let's do toucan for... You know what? Since it's mostly two-toned, let's do toucan where there's cardinal. Let's do toucan. Two can play that game. Oh wait, and this, with Bluebird? Hummingbird. Yeah, now it's fitting. Now my brains are working good. Yes. I can't call it by name because of the Automod. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I mean... It's probably because, like, loon might mean something somewhere else. which I don't blame Automod for. You never know. And if anything, it's better to be careful. So, and I'd rather be careful. Blackbirds, yeah. I think that's where, no! I remember now. Grackles aren't corvids. And that was part of the twist. Because crows and ravens normally don't like each other, but they both do not like grackles. Like, they are direct enemies. And that to me was a little more like, yes, let's do that. What's another blackbird? Let's see. Magpie. There is a magpie. Oh, Rosie Finch. That looks cute. That looks so cute. Phoebe. You can see rotten little things, especially during swooping season. Oh yeah. A mockingbird. Actually, that would be fun somewhere. Mockingbird. A goose! No, wait. Who should be a goose? Who should be a goose? Someone should be a goose. Oh, who should be a goose? No, wait, what if instead of hummingbird, the bluebird was a goose? Or the pelican. What do y'all think? Someone should be a goose. I looked up dangerous birds and goose. Just a goose came up, like menaces to society. Just goose. But I think, yeah, for we'll do magpie. And then, you know what? Yeah, instead of penguin, let's do goose. Viper duck, yes. There we go. Let's size it down, get it all to fit. Try moving this over. There we go. Might have to scoot these over looking at it because a hummingbird. Scoot everything over a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Scoot it over. Because again, this is just an idea page. So from there, let's get creative. Because again, twists on color, because not all of them would be inverts. Let's go ahead and get hummingbird, speaking of, out of the way. maybe... No. No, actually, yeah. Let's darken the green a good bit. And then do the same with the red. Or should it be a gray? If anything, a gray would look better. I realize Goose and Hornbill need to be switched. Hang on. Here we go. All better. So let's see. Very dark. Colors with this one. Exception of the striking white. Because I'd like to have that pop of color. Let's see. What's the case with Hornbill? Oh, I could definitely see having dark blues. Definitely. Dark blues, and then it has like this brighter yellow. And then maybe top it off with gray. The cassowary, I know I want to be a dark blue with like that alarming red. So still that from the Cardinals. And I'd say maybe let's add this color from the buzzards, because that, see, that feels like to me it ties together better, because from there it's like depending, it's like very alarming. Yeah, because it's like different shades of blue and red with black. Wait, let's try the crow's black. Yeah, that would be better. Now, let's see. Peacocks, I think we already know. Then, actually, let's make them oddly pastel. With the exception of their green. And then add in the gray. Because the paler blue, I think, would actually do very nice in terms of like maybe showing, oh, what they used to be. Alex, let's gray that one a bit more. And then magpies. Let's make like this dark purple blue. Let's revert them back to a gray. But then slap their blue on top of it. With a dove's white. That looks good. We got a kingfisher. Where was it? There's a kingfisher and then there's a common kingfisher, which is really interesting looking. Let's use this color. And then take and darken. Maybe mute. They're one of their normal colors. And there is a bit of white to it. If anything. There we go. So let's change that one around. Let's actually, yeah, let's maybe darken the brown. Or no. Actually, maybe go for the gray. If not, I just don't want to go for the white again. Doesn't seem like it would fit. I suppose that'll work, actually, yeah. It feels natural. Because the loon, I know, is going to be fun. Let's see. Because loons are mostly black with, like some brown and white. Whitish gray. Let's use that color from the cassowary. I think I could... No. We'd mix it with a color from the raven, maybe? Actually, I just had an idea. Like the dark gray with the lighter gray. But mixed with splecks of red. Because loons are renowned for having red eyes. And I feel like that would be a definite alert. Cuckoos look very bland, and I think that's pretty fun to work with. Especially, again, in the prospect of just muting colors. They do have a slight orange to them, however. Like, right at their gorget. And toucan. The toucan. Play at that game. Because that's definitely one that would be a dark color. Let's actually change that. Let's make it a dark purple. Just to be different. Give it an odd yellow. Maybe not that one. So let's borrow a color from the swan. There we go. Done that. Smooth these down. Sit down. Trying to write classes. Not play, let's do character. Scoot this over. Oh. There we go. Bland can be good. Yes, it can. But there's that. Now, just had dinner. Did you have a good dindins? What'd you eat? Look, I know I'm probably just gonna eat more rice later, because I like... Okay, it's plain rice with some salt, a tiny bit for taste, and it's just boiled in chicken broth, and then I eat it with pepper. I'm simple sometimes. Pot roast salad and mashed potatoes. You eat better than I do. Just by pure, diet. Because I love pot roast. I'm not a salad person, and I love mashed potatoes. But I don't make it at home for some reason. I end up eating it when we have it at work. And Riven gets on my ass for it. Rightfully so, though. He rightfully so gets on my ass. Yeah. I mean... just because he loves spinach. I don't really like it, especially with the stems. And then there's just that case in point fact of, like, I like drinking soda, I do, but I need to cut back on it bad. And, I mean, I've been kinda doing it okay enough. And then there's just the fact of, I like eating carbs more than he does. It's like I don't really get tired of them exactly. I just end up wanting one in a different format. And meanwhile, he's just looking at me like, woman, I swear. What if Dragon Rider Startle? I mean, I can see where it could work. I'm sorry, my brain went to Dragoon. Final Fantasy Dragoon. That would explain it. But I can see where it would work. I need a balanced diet. I don't know if she does it. Years of practice. Yeah, we didn't eat the healthiest at my dad's house when I was little. We didn't. Hamburger Helper was a staple. But boy, was it a tasty one. Like, oh my god. Anyway, so now I do want to do some doodles of the main characters. I have the diet of a raccoon. I don't know how I'm skinny. I didn't either growing up. That's why I'm sick of carbs. Maybe someday it'll work out, dear. Maybe someday. But yeah, let's get to like making the characters, or at least redesigning. Like I'd say, they're bust at least. So, let's do the main man himself, Gray. I want to make his bone art a little skinnier. Because he is himself a skinny individual. I wish I was skinny. I don't eat as much as is. I mean, ain't nothing wrong being chunky. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Well, my coworkers say there is apparently, but either way, that's my life, not theirs. But yeah. One of the things I especially thought about with the characters is that Gray was actually like part elf. I thought about him not knowing about it, but I know people would say, with them ears, how would you not know? Like, then again, I don't know if I should make his ears more subtle or no. Gray had, like, extremely long hair. Um, his face would be definitely more angular. No, actually, yeah. Let's maybe make his ears a little more, smaller. Cause yeah, half elves, they don't have, their ears are pointed, but not by much. Actually, let me look at some age-related features. Let's see. When people get old, what do they get? Oh yeah, left lines and stuff, yeah. I mean, he's not that old. Yeah. Howdy, tell us! Hello, bro. Yes, it is I. I made him an avatar. I finished him because I was just that determined to do it before I passed out last night. So now he's here. I don't know if I want to give Gray laugh lines or not. He's definitely tired. Definitely a tired individual. Maybe he would have actually something. I don't know. I might have here and covered in moths. Yes. He's covered in his little babies. Yes. When I was done with this, getting an idea on what the characters it's a very old concept I had in high school. I was going to draw a new PNG tuber to use because just because I might start switching around at some point just because, and I don't know which one I want to draw. Let's go ahead and get him his line art. Because yeah, actually, I think Gray actually wouldn't look that aged. He'd mostly look tired because he's a half elf. So if anything, yeah, he wouldn't really have much in terms of like age lines. But he'd have some, I figured. connect the tip proper. Yeah, the one on the Switch is just unbothered. Yeah, yeah, that one. Not one fuck was given, except for watching their parent play a game. So who we drawing? It's more of a concept page because I'm trying to redraw or like get a basic concept down for what I'm looking for with a bunch of old characters, or at least a handful of main old characters for what was a comic series I was trying to do when I was in high school, but life got in the way. And I'm just doing a bit of a dust-off page because later on in the week I'll have a more dedicated stream to it. But it was an old Plague Doctor comic called Birds of Plague. I think I've mentioned before. But I redid a quick mask idea because the way I used to draw the mask was cool and all, but this I wanted to be the refined concept. And I thought about, since it would be more RPG based, these would be the different classes, and I wanted to refine their base colors because their colors can change because there's going to be a base color scheme in every single outfit, but parts will change depending on like NPC or the player characters involved. And then there's the enemy parallel, because at first I had the Grackle Swan and then the Buzzard. And they were straight up just take the doctor and make them a villain. But because it deals with infection and stuff, essentially it's like they've gone mad or something. Because there is like a type of The Last of Us level sort of glomming illness going on out there. Because the Grackle and Swan's essentially the glommed version, but the Buzzard's are far worse in like individual of it. And then I thought, oh, what if they all had a variant of take this individual's class and turn it evil. And now I have the different enemy parallels, so we just have a bunch of birds. But it's still that fact of right now this is Gray. I'm not even joking with you guys when I say his full name was Gray Morg. Like legit. His full name was Gray Morg. But he was I guess you could say the center character, because he was the definite poster child of the whole series, because he was the character you followed in his like adventures through everything. And he I think was the blandest character I ever made. But like dusting off the concept and all, he was meant to be, he actually is tragic. He looks simple, but he has a bit more of a complex backstory, a little bit, not a lot, but he was a half-elf, but he never really knew, especially because he actually had rounded ears. But then I thought, no, I kind of want to show that now. That he was a half-elf, or like he has at least elven ancestry, because I'm definitely pulling from my D&D books in terms of like lore and whatnot, like inspiration. Because I think they say like, it says in D&D, hybrids don't have to look like the stereotypical variety like you'd expect. They can look vastly different. And Gray was especially that case. He literally was the unassuming OC of mine. He was just boring, kind of looking. But he actually had a more interesting backstory. Also, in terms of making characters that have like darker backstories to them, when I was digging stuff up, I remembered Gray does have a tragic backstory. He actually does. He's like, I think he was the most tragic character I had ever written in terms of character backstory or characterization. because like he had a family, but then they died in a house fire. And part of the reason why he ends up taking in his nurse assistant Dove is because she reminds him a lot of his daughter. I forgot to give him his eye lines. What other things? Yeah, I know his coloration, but he's very pale. But that's the thing. Because he's a half-elf, he doesn't have a whole lot of age, like, stuff to him. Because I don't know if it makes sense that he looks like he's getting old and whatnot, or if he just looks tired. See, how to get the thing off, because I did the thing in OBS. How does one? There we go. Yeah, I figured it out. Because I looked up and I saw that, I was like, no, get out. I notice his eyes look a little crooked. Let me fix that. Maybe I could move his nose over a little. Or at least the crest of it around. Yeah, that looks better. Cause yeah, this for the most part, this was gray. He was just this boring character. Let me. course it wants to be a little funny. He's a bit paler than that. Yosemite Valley, he was extremely, extremely boring. It was so boring of a character, but I love him. I loved him for it. Let's write his name. Did I spell more right? Let me see. Yeah, I spelled it a little wrong. Yeah, that's great. Why is the way you're not wanting to cooperate? I'll have to delete it and just start over, I guess. Let's go ahead and try drawing Alan. His nose a bit higher. I was like, Alan, I think, was one of the peppiest characters I've written because he wasn't just warm, but it's also the fact of, like, just, he's such a sweetheart. I think you could call him literally the Labrador Retriever, of, like, in terms of a person. Because I'll give them all better sketches later. For the most part right now, I'm just trying to... I'm trying to draw what I remember. I remember I drew him in, like, once, like, a green vest, so let's just draw that for his, shirt. And he had orange hair. He had orange, yeah, he had orange hair, and, like, something I know I didn't give him before was, at some point or another he got heterochromia. Oh, play this stunted. At some point or another he got, heterochromia, but I thought about making that a permanent feature. Instead of just, oh, because something happened and blah, 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 whatever, you know, whatever it was. Let's see. Let's do night themes for pondering the universe. There we go. I think one eye was like green, and then the other one was blue. Oop, nope. Because, yeah, I think I might want to make that a better feature about him. A more prominent feature. Should I give him freckles, y'all think? Or should I maybe give those to, should I maybe give those to Eli? Plus, yeah, Eli. Alright. Yeah, then it'll be given to Eli. Let's see, because yeah, his name was... Alan... It was R-H... I would need to shrink that down a little bit. Yeah. This was Gray's boyfriend who went missing in the story and then gets found again. Yeah, that was him, because Alan, if I remember right though, he was just a normal human. But something in my memory says he wasn't really. Just trying to remember. In the original thing I once had in mind years ago was that he was like some kind of part celestial being, or he became one, and that's where the heterochromia came from. But to me, that just sounds ridiculous now. So I think it's a lot better if it was that, if that he was actually just a human, just a guy, in terms of D&D races. Because that, to me, sounds like it would be a good subtext between their relationship, was that Gray is a half-elf, and Alan is a human. Half-elves live longer than humans by default, and how long they live tends to vary. I know for a fact that, that in the very least, they do still outlive people. Outlive normal humans. Which would lead to the factor of not having Alan around for long, and Gray's already showing age, so at the same time it could possibly be that Gray might, yeah, he might leave Alan at some point due to time. That was one thing I was thinking about at work while everything was going crazy. Because of course it had to go absolutely crazy. So now... I will get to Eli in a minute, because there was one other character that would join the group. And you could say he was the story's tough guy. In terms of, who he was. And I want to play with his hair a little bit. Just simply because... I guess I could give him some bangs, because as like echo to his hair, how it used to be. A really cool idea, actually. As if, I guess, draw like a hairline here. Go ahead and draw out his ears. Let's not make it that long. Oh, not like that. Drawn to life. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like, this was a character that, if anything, just like, I feel like he really, like, was one of my better characters of the story, but, I just never really got to use him very much. Again, this is a whole massive spaghetti on the wall kind of deal. So let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Will the layer please unlock? Thank you. Oh, I meant to music. Oh, I see. I don't think I've ever played that game before. No, I haven't. Wasn't it on the DS? I'm trying to remember. Let's give him a red shirt, because I mostly associated him with the color red. Oh, wait, no, not red. I mean, his hair is red. If anything, I need to give him red for that. Let's see, no, let's give him more tan of a shirt. No. Oh, right. Because he stole the outfit of a penguin. I remember now. So as a nod to that, let's give him a little blue shirt. No. Because see, he also had red hair. Let's darken it a bit for behind him. And on his scalp. I remember this character he also had green eyes, but this was like more piercing. It was. They had several games on the DS sequel and tie-in with SpongeBob. Ah, I see. And skin color? Some parts on his hair. There we go. I do not remember this guy's last name, but I do remember his first name. He was, Earl. That's who it was. He was Earl, but I don't remember his last name. Actually, you know what? Let me look it up. I'm sure I have the documents somewhere on my Google Docs. Let me see. The characters. Grant! There we go. His last name was Grant. Let me shrink the letters down. There we go. You see, now Earl, I really would like to speak about Earl, the concept at least I had for him for a bit. Changing him up, I don't know what exactly to do per se. I have been considering making him another half-human kind of individual, like Gray, but not an elf. I thought of him maybe being part orc because he was designed to be the brutal, like, tank of the party. Like, say, because you have these three who, let me zoom out. Okay, you have these three, they all begin as crows. Gray, in terms of plot that I have now, because he wouldn't have really changed, like, through the story, he wouldn't have changed in terms of, like, position or anything. He would have just advanced to be a raven, you know, which is a grander crow. With Alan, he became a phoenix, but I don't know if he would stay a phoenix anymore, because he was given it to him by one means or another. But I'm changing the phoenix to where you were definitely given the ability to become one by means of interacting with the elves. I did forget one detail on Alan. There we go. But Earl was a definite jack-in-the-box, because he had initially, I think I posted the picture on my Blue Sky. He essentially was like a merc for hire. You could think of him like Cloud a bit in personality at first. Like, you could even compare him to Talos, actually. But he was cold. He only did business. You know, this, that, or the other. But he gets hired to help Gray for one reason or another. I think, if anything, Gray hires him for his help in terms of new lore. Again, I have to sit and think. But, Earl he wore a hodgepodge of, different doctor's outfits. He had the gloves of a cardinal, one boot from a heron, one from, I think, a pigeon. He had the robes of a hawk, and no, he had the robes of a penguin. It was his cloak, his shawl, that was from a hawk, and he had sewn fur onto it to keep warm, like a fur collar. He was a really neat character, just straight up. I think he also had a heron's mask. I don't quite remember, but he was a definite hodgepodge of just outfits, and I don't want to take that away from him exactly, because it made him look so unique compared to the other characters, where the whole point is Gray looks very boring, very bland, with Rillis, I keep saying Rillis, with Alan. He's clearly the bright and warm one, and then Earl was more cold and unpredictable. Those are definitely the tropes attached to those three, because Eli and Dove were split in two separate directions, but clearly foils to their to the adults that they were in a party with. Cause yeah, Dove was 12, Eli was 7, I think. Unless, no, Dove was a little older than Eli. Yeah, she was. But that's what I essentially had in mind for these three. And it was that, start them off as crows, essentially, they could branch off into anything. But canonically, that's what I'd say now they would be. But, again, Alan, I think he wouldn't be a phoenix anymore. I think, if anything, he'd probably become maybe a bluebird. In essence, just trying to remember what they did. I think, no, bluebirds handled medicine. They mixed medicine and dispersed it to the populace. That's what they did. So, yeah, they did medicinal trials and everything. So, Alan, I can see definitely being a bit of the Healy type. Because Earl was straight up. He had a right hook and wasn't afraid to use it. Gray was the menace with a stick. He has a walking cane. Which was typical of plague doctors. They had a cane. And he was a menace with it. That was supposed to be the big joke. Of course, I think part of the big joke with him is that he's old, but he's not a pushover. But I like to think the story's actually where Gray is starting to learn he's more than what he thinks he is, because he thinks he's just, I'm just a little man or older guy, and I don't have much going for me outside of my career. Only to find out, no, you can hit people with a stick. Hitting people with sticks is free. It's free and a life skill, especially out in a world where dragons, slads, and all sorts of other things roam around. So you might want to get good with that stick. I might actually want to. Yeah, I might want to make his name a little smaller, make himself a little bigger. But, I think lore-wise, if I'm remembering correctly, too, I know some people would say, well, what reason would have, because that was one of the biggest things I wanted to think on, especially, was, why are they with the party? What dragged them into this? And it was that, Gray went looking for Alan. Alan disappeared. Earl tags along, but I know it's but why? Because Earl was, yeah, a guy for hire, but his overarching plot was to take back something stolen from him, because lore-wise, he he was essentially royalty, but his throne was taken from him because his dad got offed by an usurper. And I'm not gonna lie, like, he was essentially the prince of the entire, like, region or kingdom, per se, and it's like, well then, you know, better help you get that back, but if or not he actually takes it back, I just don't know. But then again, it's the fact of, I don't know if I want to keep that plot point. To me, it feels like it's very, very, like, it'd be good to drop it, but at the same time, he could still be trying to get back something of his, or get revenge, but I guess it's just the royalty card I think I could drop, and it would feel better, or it would feel nicer. Because I think it's the royalty part that kind of has me hung up. It would be better if he just... Yeah, it would be... To me, it would probably be better if instead of being royalty, he was something else. Like, he was just maybe, yeah, a guy for hire, or he was a farmer for all we know, and someone wronged him, and now he wants revenge. That would probably fit his character a lot better in the long run. But let's move to another little somebody. And now, Dove, I don't know what her name will be, so I'll just put her name in quotations when I write it. But, Dove, she was the definite healer of the group. And the plot with her, all the more, was like, looking back, my god, was it stupid. Not saying it was absolutely bad, just looking back, in my opinion, it was stupid. Because she's a definite elf, she straight up is, but it's just that her plot, essentially, or the plot with her, I was like, yeah, I can see where, yeah, oh, that's a dark twist, quite a dystopian future, this is, because it kind of is supposed to be a play on a dystopian future. But at the same time, it's like, but where does that make any sense, essentially? How did this happen? And what it is that Dove, essentially, she actually was, some would say, one of many. But when I say it's like, it's not that she was one of a kind in terms of a dove. She, I mean, definitely became one of a kind. Rebel against the system kind, or variety. But Dove, essentially, she, essentially, she was a clone, per se. Because, like, again, technology was seen in the original plot as the equivalent to magic and sorcery. And they essentially used this machine, or, like, to clone them. Kind of like you could say the clones from Star Wars. And essentially, she was, like, one of these cloned individuals. And yet, like, she eventually became something more than that. And now it's like, well, what the heck was that kind of plot? That makes zero sense. But she also actually had very short hair. Because, like, it was kept short for a reason. But then eventually she grows it out. So if anything, yeah, I think I'd want to draw her like that. Yeah, I like how she looked with her hair grown out. dull one of her features a little bit. Let's get her lines done. This detail over a little. Now she did wear white and gray. So let's make her shirt gray. She had little light purple ties in her hair. She had unbelievably like pale blue eyes. I think she was extremely pale. And she was about as pale as Gray was. Like, I realize now she really could have been just this kid. But I do want to change her name. Because, I mean, just Dove. I feel like I could give her a better name now, but I don't know what I'd want to name her. Fix that detail. Yeah. Oh, what if she was a clone of his child? Riven! You are diabolical. Plus, this kid was a redhead, just well, not like Alan. She had bright strawberry red hair, like Kyrie. Kyrie from Kingdom Hearts. But that is evil! Evil! That is just mean. Oh boy. I just can't get over it. It was just an idea. That's still evil. Give me Grace backstory. Cause the idea was, yeah, the accident that made Gray lose his family wasn't actually an accident, sure. That doesn't mean that had to be the case. I'm not gonna get over that the rest of the night. As if I'm gonna look at him later, I'm gonna be like, you are so mean to Gray. How could you? Now let's get to Eli. Goodness gracious, man. fix his shoulder. Don't like how I did that. Eli, I'll give a green shirt to. Dark brown hair. Ooh. I guess part of his hair doesn't connect right. Alright. I don't know where it's not connecting, so I guess I'll color it in by hand. I was like, was his eyes green? No, I think they were brown too. No. Like, I remember them being brown, but thinking of changing them. We can make them hazel. That looks cute. The skin tone I wanted to mess with that a little bit. Yeah, more like that. And then I do want to give him little freckles. Do I have a tool for that? I need to make them a little darker. There you go. Let me write his name. What was Eli's last name? I don't remember. I forgot there was a guy named Alistair. Where's Eli at? Rose! His last name was Rose. There you go. There we go. And those would be essentially the main party. So let me scoot the kids over. Or... unless they could just stay that way, maybe. Yeah. But... that would be them, yeah. Those were essentially the main characters. At least drawing them from memory. Just like with a few tweaks, because I do want to try getting some ideas in mind now, because that way when I go to make an official page for them, then I know what to go for. But what do y'all think? Because I don't know what all changes might make the most sense, per se. As I unscrew my water bottle. Or water bottle. If only this was water. This is soda. Looks great. Thank you. Let's see. Trying to think, what else could I maybe fit on here? Unless I could just rearrange everything and call it done on this page, because I do want to get to drawing something else. See. Actually, no, I think I can move them down. It takes a bit of reorganizing. And because we could redraw over here. That's what I'm wondering. Let's not do that. I'm just tempted to leave it here for now. I might find something else to put there, but for now I'm not quite sure. So let me save. My bad. Now, let's see. Because I did say I was more than happy to do a new VTuber avatar, or a VTuber PGTuber avatar. So let's get one started. At least get one started. Because I think I did Telos in just a bit over an hour. Thinking on exactly in full. So let's try 6 frames. Because from here, I can work on it frame, or basically I can do the different frames all on the same thing. And now the reason why I might position it weird is because there's a timeline thing right here. So it's going to be positioned around awkwardly. But now let's see. Oh, wait, I have a few other OCs to possibly add to the list. So, anybody want to pick who the or vote who the next OC to become an avatar would be? Because I do have quite a list. I said quite. It's maybe 10 people, 10 OCs. But does anybody want to pick? I vote Helix personally. Helix. Because I do have it on a spinny wheel. In case, just in case. I guess a spinny wheel it will be. Or not spinny wheel, Helix it will be. Let's try to get little Bean ready. Cause, yeah, anyone else? Yeah, cause otherwise I'm gonna do Helix. And if I start drawing Helix, I'm not doing anybody else till possibly another stream or my free time. Cause I do have a very early shift, tomorrow. So, cause normally Riven would be opening my door at this point and going, hey, you do know. Character references, Helix. Little baby burb. Baby burb. Words do not describe how much I love him. I think one of the biggest things is that I want to definitely animate Ami to where at least his tail's wagging. And when Helix looks up to talk, Ami looks up as well. So let's see, because I can draw Helix for now without needing his reference. I can draw him. Have you ever seen a creature who has less thoughts behind its eyes? Oh my gosh, it looks like Kirby! Oh, he looks like Kirby like that! Oh no, oh me! Oh me, you're so thoughtless, you look like a whole nother person. Get an idea on where his eyes are. His bow is down, isn't it? No, it perks. I'm just gathering ideas. Okay, looking at characters and being like, what if Stardoll? Good bone sketch. Because I could draw his arms and Ami separately. And then have it to where he properly looks. Do y'all think I should open his beak when he talks? Because it would chew his little teeth. I guess you could if you want to. Oh, I thought you meant the poochie. Beak! Gas beak. It's like, y'all make it sound like it's a surprise Helix has a mouth. It's like, come on. He's a beak. Geno Mystic Flower Cookie interacting. That would be interesting. I thought you meant the poochie. No. I guess if you wanted. Yeah. Let me do his bow and his little crest. Around. Here's where things will be interesting. Because I want his arms to move. Like, Kind of like how Tellus does. He kind of tilts his switch down. So what I'm going to do is try to draw essentially where his arms could leave off, but at the same time to where when I move it to look like he's putting it down, it looks more natural. Because Ami will tilt down with the switch, so that he'll start looking up at his owner every time, because dogs look at you when you put them down like, why? Why did you put me down? Because I know Luna was like that, like, hey, why are you moving? I thought we were having snuggles on the couch. And I will draw Helix down the rest of the way. Because yeah, from there I can draw his arms separately. Let me... Why fight for good wishes, Papa? All wishes eventually lead to greed. I mean, anything leads to greed. I think I could make a decent enough switch without having to use the same method I did with Telus's. Keyword is I think. I'm not the most confident in myself. Actually, no. My lack of confidence wins. Let's see. I'll definitely be needing the symmetry tool for this. And the ruler. think I heard something. Hang on. Be right back. Okay, so Riven just sneezed really loud and hurt his back in the process. And and I was like, what the hell was that? He's fine though, he's fine. I was just really wondering what the hell was that? I do want to give like all of my characters a sticker for their switches. Cause clearly as you can see, Telos is it's the Red Caps logo. And it's because Red Caps is his favorite band of all time. So I'm thinking maybe for Helix's, maybe it could be something with Ami. I'm thinking... Instead of making, his switch his typical colors, if anything, like, make it pastel. Because knowing, Sarissa, it's like she'd make him a pastel sticker for his, or pastel stuff for his, things. So it kind of looks like watermelon. And I can say he looks like watermelon a lot. It's a sweet, tasty treat. So let's see. Maybe he'd have something related to Ami. Or it's just a Poochie sticker, maybe.
do you think they would have? Those suckies. Fixing his tongue. Make it a little rounder. There we go. He has a switch. Now let's draw his hands. on a separate layer. Make a duplicate of this one. get let's get Helix's colors. So I can go ahead and color in his hands. Might have done that on the wrong layer. Forgot about this. fill in one last few things.
Let's see. Let's pick another list. Let's do video game music for going through the time warp.
And see the color and do the rest of them. for me. Alright. Look at the base color. go. Here we are. Little bean. Sweet baby bean.
Save as. None. Let's go to. Here we go. Looks amazing. Thank you. And I'll get him all nice and done, like put together to like after stream, because
This is precious. Precious baby.
But now, given not only the time, but since he's done, let's find somebody to raid. Unless y'all have any suggestions? Possibly? Let's try Picto Shaman. They're cute. Oh, can't rate them. Alright. Let's try somebody else. Let's try Demon Queen Vivi. We're raiding Demon Queen Vivi, and I'll see you guys next time, alright? Y'all have a good night.